said Capone. Double it in 60 days, like you said. Lustig left with the money, put it in a safe deposit box in Chicago, then headed to New York, where he had several other money-making schemes in progress. The $50,000 remained in the bank box untouched. Lustig made no effort to double it. 2 months later, he returned to Chicago, took the money from the box, and paid Capone another visit. He looked at the gangster's stony-faced bodyguards, smiled apologetically, and said, "Please accept my profound regrets, Mr. Capone. I'm sorry to report that the plan failed. I failed." Capone slowly stood up. He glowered at Lustig, debating which part of the river to throw him in, but the Count reached into his coat pocket, withdrew the $50,000, and placed it on the desk. "Here, sir, is your money, to the penny. Again, my sincere apologies. This is most embarrassing. Things didn't work out the way I thought they would. I would have loved to have doubled your money for you and for myself. Lord knows I need it. But the plan just didn't materialize." Capone sagged back into his chair, confused. "I know you're a con man, Count," said Capone. "I knew it the moment you walked in here. I expected either $100,000 or nothing. But this, getting my money back, well, again, my apologies, Mr. Capone," said Lustig as he picked up his hat and began to leave. "My God, you're honest," yelled Capone. "If you're on the spot, here's $5 to help you along." He counted out 5 $1,000 bills out of the $50,000. The Count seemed stunned, bowed deeply, mumbled his thanks, and left, taking the money. The $5,000 was what Lustig had been after all along. Interpretation. Count Victor Lustig, a man who spoke several languages and prided himself on his refinement and culture, was one of the great con artists of modern times. He was known for his audacity, his fearlessness, and, most important, his knowledge of human psychology. He could size up a man in minutes, discovering his weaknesses had radar for suckers. Lustig knew that most men build up defenses against crooks and other troublemakers. The con artist's job is to bring those defenses down. One sure way to do this is through an act of apparent sincerity and honesty. Who will distrust a person literally caught in the act of being honest? Lustig used selective honesty many times, but with Capone, he went a step further. No normal con man would dare such a con. He would have chosen his suckers for their meekness, for that look about them that says they will take their medicine without complaint. Con Capone, and you would spend the rest of your life, whatever remained of it, afraid. But Lustig understood that a man like Capone spends his life mistrusting others. No one around him is honest or generous, and being so much in the company of wolves is exhausting, even depressing. A man like Capone yearns to be the recipient of an honest or generous gesture, to feel that not everyone has an angle or is out to rob him. Lustig's act of selective honesty disarmed Capone because it was so unexpected. A con artist loves conflicting emotions like these, since the person caught up in them is so easily distracted and deceived. Do not shy away from practicing this law on the Capones of the world. With a well-timed gesture of honesty or generosity, you will have the most brutal and cynical beast in the kingdom eating out of your hand. Keys to power. The essence of deception is distraction. Distracting the people you want to deceive gives you the time and space to do something they won't notice. An act of kindness, generosity, or honesty is the most powerful form of distraction because it disarms other people's suspicions. It turns them into children, eagerly lapping up any kind of affectionate gesture. In ancient China, this was called giving before you take. The giving makes it hard for the other person to notice the taking. It is a device with infinite practical uses. Brazenly taking something from someone is dangerous, even for the powerful. The victim will plot revenge. It is also dangerous simply to ask for what you need, no matter how politely, unless the other person sees some gain for themselves. They may come to resent your neediness. Learn to give before you take. It softens the ground, takes the bite out of a future request, or simply creates a distraction. And the giving can take many forms: an actual gift, a generous act, a kind favor, an honest admission, whatever it takes. Selective honesty is best employed on your first encounter with someone. We are all creatures of habit, and our first impressions last a long time. If someone believes you are honest at the start of your relationship, it takes a lot to convince them otherwise. This gives you room to maneuver. A single act of honesty is often not enough. What is required is a reputation for honesty built on a series of acts. But these can be quite inconsequential. Once this reputation is established, as with first impression, it is hard to shake. Selective kindness should also be part of your arsenal of deception. Selective kindness will often break down even the most stubborn foe, aiming right for the heart. It corrodes the will to fight back. Remember, by playing on people's emotions, calculated acts of kindness can turn a Capone into a gullible child. As with any emotional approach, the tactic must be practiced with caution. If people see through it, their disappointed feelings of gratitude and warmth will become the most violent hatred and distrust. Unless you can make the gesture seem sincere and heartfelt, do not play with fire. Law 13. When asking for help, appeal to people's self-interest, never to their mercy or gratitude. Judgment. If you need to turn to an ally for help, do not bother to remind him of your past assistance and good deeds. He will find a way to ignore you. Instead, uncover something in your request or in your alliance with him that will benefit him and emphasize it out of all proportion. He will respond enthusiastically when he sees something to be gained for himself. Observance of the law. In 433 BC, just before the Peloponnesian War, the island of Corcyra, later called Corfu, and the Greek city-state of Corinth stood on the brink of conflict. Both sides sent ambassadors to Athens to try to win over the Athenians to their side. The stakes were high, since whoever had Athens on his side was sure to win, and whoever won the war would certainly give the defeated side no mercy. Corcyra spoke first. Its ambassador began by admitting that the island had never helped Athens before, and in fact had allied itself with Athens' enemies. There were no ties of friendship or gratitude between Corcyra and Athens. Yes, the ambassador admitted, he had come to Athens now out of fear and concern for Corcyra's safety. The only thing he could offer was an alliance of mutual interests. Corcyra had a navy only surpassed in size and strength by Athens' own. An alliance between the two states would create a formidable force, one that could intimidate the rival state of Sparta. That, unfortunately, was all Corcyra had to offer. The representative from Corinth then gave a brilliant, passionate speech in sharp contrast to the dry, colorless approach of the Corcyran. He talked of everything Corinth had done for Athens in the past. He asked how it would look to Athens' other allies if the city put an agreement with a former enemy over one with a present friend, one that had served Athens' interest loyally. Perhaps those allies would break their agreements with Athens if they saw that their loyalty was not valued. He referred to Hellenic law and the need to repay Corinth for all its good deeds. He finally went on to list the many services Corinth had performed for Athens and the importance of showing gratitude to one's friends. After the speech, the Athenians debated the issue in an assembly. On the second round, they they voted overwhelmingly to ally with Coursera and drop Quora. Interpretation. History has remembered the Athenians nobly, but they were the preeminent realists of classical Greece. With them, all the rhetoric, all the emotional appeals in the world could not match a good, pragmatic argument, especially one that added to their power. What the Corinthian ambassador did not realize was that his references to Corinth's past generosity to Athens only irritated the Athenians, subtly asking them to feel guilty and putting them under obligation. The Athenians could care less about past favors and friendly feelings. At the same time, they knew that if their other allies thought them ungrateful for abandoning Corinth, these city-states would still be unlikely to break their ties to Athens, the preeminent power in Greece. Athens ruled its empire by force and would simply compel any rebellious ally to return to the fold. When people choose between talk about the past and talk about the future, a pragmatic person will always opt for the future and forget the past. As the Courserians realized, it is always best to speak pragmatically to a pragmatic person. And in the end, most people are, in fact, pragmatic. They will rarely act against their own self-interest. Keys to power. In your quest for power, you will constantly find yourself in the position of asking for help from those more powerful than you. There is an art to asking for help, an art that depends on your ability to understand the person you are dealing with and do not confuse your needs with theirs. Most people never succeed at this because they are completely trapped in their own wants and desires. They start from the assumption that the people they are appealing to have a selfless interest in helping them. They talk as if their needs matter to these people, who probably couldn't care less. Sometimes they refer to larger issues, a great cause, or grand emotions, such as love and gratitude. They go for the big picture when simple, everyday realities would have much more appeal. What they do not realize is that even the most powerful person is locked inside needs of his own, and that if you make no appeal to his self-interest, he merely sees you as desperate, or at best, a waste of time. A key step in the process is to understand the other person's psychology. Is he vain? Is he concerned about his reputation or his social standing? Does he have enemies you could help him vanquish? Is he simply motivated by money and power? When the Mongols invaded China in the 12th century, they threatened to obliterate a culture that had thrived for over 2,000 years. Their leader, Genghis Khan, saw nothing in China but a country that lacked pasturing for his horses, and he decided to destroy the place, leveling all its cities, for it would be better to exterminate the Chinese and let the grass grow. It was not a soldier, a general, or a king who saved the Chinese from devastation, but a man named Yelu Chutsai, a foreigner himself. Chutsai had come to appreciate the superiority of Chinese culture. He managed to make himself a trusted advisor to Genghis Khan and persuaded him that he would reap riches out of the place if instead of destroying it, he simply taxed everyone who lived there. Khan saw the wisdom of this and did as Chutsai advised. When Khan took the city of Kaifeng after a long siege and decided to massacre its inhabitants, as he had in other cities that had resisted him, Chutsai told him that the finest craftsmen and engineers in China had fled to Kaifeng, and it would be better to put them to use. Kaifeng was spared. Never before had Genghis Khan shown such mercy, but then it really wasn't mercy that saved Kaifeng. Chutsai knew Khan well. He was a barbaric peasant who cared nothing for culture or indeed for anything other than warfare and practical results. Chutsai chose to appeal to the only emotion that would work on such a man: greed. Self-interest is the lever that will move people. Once you make them see how you can in some way meet their needs or advance their cause, there resistance to your requests for help will magically fall away. At each step on the way to acquiring power, you must train yourself to think your way inside the other person, to see their needs and interests, to get rid of the screen of your own feelings that obscure the truth. Master this art, and there will be no limits to what you can accomplish. Law 14. Pose as a friend, work as a spy. Judgment. Knowing about your rival is critical. Use spies to gather valuable information that will keep you a step ahead. Better still, play the spy yourself. In polite social encounters, learn to probe. Ask indirect questions to get people to reveal their weaknesses and intentions. There is no occasion that is not an opportunity for artful spying. Observance of the law. Joseph Devine was undoubtedly the greatest art dealer of his time. From 1904 to 1940, he almost single-handedly monopolized America's millionaire art collecting market. But one prize plum eluded him. The industrialist Andrew Mellon. Before he died, Devine was determined to make Mellon a client. Devine's friends said this was an impossible dream. Mellon was a stiff, taciturn man. The stories he had heard about the congenial, talkative Devine rubbed him the wrong way. He had made it clear he had no desire to meet the man. Yet, Devine told his doubting friends, not only will Mellon buy from me, but he will buy only from me. For several years, he tracked his prey, learning the man's habits, tastes, phobias. To do this, he secretly put several of Mellon's staff on his own payroll, worming valuable information out of them. By the time he moved into action, he knew Mellon about as well as Mellon's wife did. In 1921, Mellon was visiting London and staying in a palatial suite on the third floor of Claridge's Hotel. Devine booked himself into the suite just below Mellon's on the second floor. He had arranged for his valet to befriend Mellon's valet, and on the fateful day he had chosen to make his move, Mellon's valet told Duveen's valet, who told Duveen that he had just helped Mellon on with his overcoat and that the industrialist was making his way down the corridor to remove the lift. Duveen's valet hurriedly helped Duveen with his own overcoat. Seconds later, Duveen entered the lift, and lo and behold, there was Mellon. "How do you do, Mr. Mellon?" said Duveen, introducing himself. "I am on my way to the National Gallery to look at some pictures." How uncanny. That was precisely where Mellon was headed. And so Duveen was able to accompany his prey to the one location that would ensure his success. He knew Mellon's taste inside and out, and while the two men wandered through the museum, he dazzled the magnate with his knowledge. Once again, quite uncannily, they seemed to have remarkably similar tastes. Mellon was pleasantly surprised. This wasn't the Duveen he had expected. The man was charming and agreeable, and clearly had exquisite taste. When they returned to New York, Mellon visited Duveen's exclusive gallery and fell in love with the collection. Everything, surprisingly enough, seemed to be precisely the kind of work he wanted to collect. For the rest of his life, he was Duveen's best and most generous client. Interpretation. A man as ambitious and competitive as Joseph Duveen left nothing to chance. What's the point of winning or just hoping you may be able to charm this or that client? It's like shooting ducks blindfolded. Arm yourself with a little knowledge and your aim improves. Mellon was the most spectacular of Duveen's catches, but he spied on many a millionaire. By secretly putting members of his clients' household staffs on his own payroll, he would gain constant access to valuable information about their master's comings and goings, changes in taste, and other such tidbits of information that would put him a step ahead. A rival of Duveen's who wanted to make Henry Frick a client noticed that whenever he visited this wealthy New Yorker, Duveen was there before him, as if he had a sixth sense. To other dealers, Devine seemed to be everywhere and to know everything before they did. His powers discouraged and disheartened them until many simply gave up going after the wealthy clients who could make a dealer rich. Such is the power of artful spying. It makes you seem all-powerful, clairvoyant. Your knowledge of your mark can also make you seem charming. So well can you anticipate their desires. No one sees the source of your power, and what they cannot see, they cannot fight. Keys to power. In the realm of power, your goal is a degree of control over future events. Part of the problem you face, then, is that people won't tell you all their thoughts, emotions, and plans. Carefully controlling what they say, they keep the most critical parts of their character hidden. Their weaknesses, ulterior motives, obsessions. The result is that you cannot predict their moves and are constantly in the dark. The trick is to find a way to probe them, to find out their secrets and hidden intentions without letting them know what you are up to. This is not as difficult as you might think. A friendly front will let you secretly gather information on friends and enemies alike. Let others consult a horoscope or read tarot cards. You have more concrete means of seeing into the future. The most common way of spying is to use other people, as Devine did. The method is simple, powerful, but risky. You will certainly gather information, but you have little control over the people who are doing the work. Perhaps they will ineptly reveal your spying, or even secretly turn against you. It is far better to be the spy yourself, to pose as a friend while secretly gathering information. During social gatherings and innocuous encounters, pay attention. This is when people's guards are down. By suppressing your own personality, you can make them reveal things. The brilliance of the maneuver is that they will mistake your interest in them for friendship, so that you not only learn, you make allies. Nevertheless, do you should practice this tactic with caution and care. If people begin to suspect you are worming secrets out of them under the cover of conversation, they will strictly avoid you. Emphasize friendly chatter, not valuable information. Your search for gems of information cannot be too obvious, or your probing questions will reveal more about yourself and your intentions than about the information you hope to find. A trick to try in spying comes from La Rochefoucauld, who wrote, "Sincerity is found in very few men, and is often the cleverest of ruses. One is sincere in order to draw out the confidence and secrets of the other. By pretending to bare your heart to another person, in other words, you make them more likely to reveal their own secrets. Give them a false confession, and they will give you a real one." Another trick was identified by the philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, who suggested vehemently contradicting people you're in conversation with as a way of irritating them, stirring them up so that they lose some of the control over their words. In their emotional reaction, they will reveal all kinds of truths about themselves, truths you can later use against them. Another method of indirect spying is to test people, to lay little traps that make them reveal things about themselves. Khosroes II, a notoriously clever 7th century king of the Persians, had many ways of seeing through his subjects without raising suspicion. If he noticed, for instance, that two of his courtiers had become particularly friendly, he would call one of them aside and say he had information that the other was a traitor and would soon be killed. The king would tell the courtier he trusted him more than anyone, and that he must keep this information secret. Then he would watch the two men carefully. If he saw that the second courtier had not changed in his behavior toward the king, he would conclude that the first courtier had kept the secret, and he would quickly promote the man, later taking him aside to confess, "I meant to kill your friend because of certain information that had reached me, but when I investigated the matter, I found it was untrue." If, on the other hand, the second courtier started to avoid the king, acting aloof, tense, Khosroes would know that the secret had been revealed. He would ban the second courtier from his court, letting him know that the whole business had only been a test, but that even though the man had done nothing wrong, he could no longer trust him. The first courtier, however, had revealed the secret, and him Khosroes would ban from his entire kingdom. It may seem an odd form of spying that reveals not empirical information, but a person's character. Often, however, it is the best way of solving problems before they arise. By tempting people into certain acts, you learn about their loyalty, their honesty, and so on. And this kind of knowledge is often the most valuable of all. Armed with it, you can predict their actions in the future. Law 15. Crush your enemy totally. Judgment. All great leaders since Moses have known that a feared enemy must be crushed completely. Sometimes they have learned this the hard way. If one ember is left alight, no matter how dimly it smolders, a fire will eventually break out. More is lost through stopping halfway than through total annihilation. The enemy will recover and will seek revenge. Crush him, not only in body, but in spirit. Transgression of the law. No rivalry between leaders is more celebrated in Chinese history than the struggle between Xiang Yu and Liu Bang. These two generals began their careers as friends, fighting on the same side. Xiang Yu came from the nobility, large and powerful, given to bouts of violence and temper, a bit dull-witted. He was yet a mighty warrior who always fought at the head of his troops. Liu Bang came from peasant stock. He had never been much of a soldier and preferred women and wine to fighting. In fact, he was something of a scoundrel, but he was wily, and he had the ability to recognize the best strategists, keeping them as his advisors, and listen to their advice. He had risen in the army through these strengths. In 208 BC, The king of Chu sent two massive armies to conquer the powerful kingdom of Qin. One army went north under the generalship of Sung Yi, with Xiang Yu second in command. The other, led by Liu Bang, headed straight toward Qin. The target was the kingdom's splendid capital, Xianyang, and Xiang Yu, ever violent and impatient, could not stand the idea that Liu Bang would get to Xianyang first, and perhaps would assume command of the entire army. At one point on the northern front, Xiang's commander, Sung Yi, hesitated in sending his troops into battle. Furious, Xiang entered Sung Yi's tent, proclaimed him a traitor, cut off his head, and assumed sole command of the army. Without waiting for orders, he left the northern front and marched directly on Xianyang. He felt certain he was the better soldier and general than Liu, but to his utter astonishment, his rival, leading a smaller, swifter army, managed to reach Xianyang first. Xiang had an advisor, Fan Tseng, who warned him this village headman, Liu Bang, used to be greedy only for riches and women, but since entering the capital, he has not been led astray by wealth, wine, or sex. That shows he is aiming high. Fan Tseng urged Xiang to kill his rival before it was too late. He told the general to invite the wily peasant to a banquet at their camp outside Xianyang, and in the midst of a celebratory sword dance, to have his head cut off. The invitation was sent. Liu fell for the trap and came to the banquet. But Xiang hesitated in ordering the sword dance, and by the time he gave the signal, Liu had sensed the trap and managed to escape. "Bah!" cried Fan Tseng in disgust, seeing that Xiang had botched the plot. One cannot plan with a simpleton. Liu Bang will steal your empire yet and make us all his prisoners. Realizing his mistake, Xiang hurriedly marched on Xianyang, this time determined to hack off his rival's head. Liu was never one to fight when the odds were against him, and he abandoned the city. Yang captured Shi and Yang, murdered the young prince of Qin, and burned the city to the ground. Liu was now Shi Yang's bitter enemy, and he pursued him for many months, finally cornering him in a walled city. Lacking food, his army in disarray, Liu sued for peace. Again, Fan Sang warned Shi Yang, "Crush him now. If you let him go again, you will be sorry later." But Shi Yang decided to be merciful. He wanted to bring Liu back to Chu alive, and to force his former friend to acknowledge him as master. But Fan proved right. Liu managed to use the negotiations for surrender as a distraction, and he escaped with a small army. Shi Yang, amazed that he had yet again let his rival slip away, once more set out after Liu, this time with such ferocity that he seemed to have lost his mind. A few weeks later, in the thick of the hunt, Shi Yang scattered his forces unwisely, and in a surprise attack, Liu was able to surround his main garrison. For the first time, the tables were turned. Now, it was Shi Yang who sued for peace. Liu's top advisor urged him to destroy Shi Yang, crush his army, show no mercy. Making a false treaty, he lured Shi Yang into relaxing his defense, then slaughtered almost all of his army. Shi Yang managed to escape, alone and on foot, knowing that Liu had put a bounty on his head. He came upon a small group of his own retreating soldiers and cried out, "I hear Liu Bang has offered 1,000 pieces of gold and a fief of 10,000 families for my head. Let me do you a favor." Then he slit his own throat and died. Interpretation. This is the fate that faces all of us when we sympathize with our enemies, when pity or the hope of reconciliation makes us pull back from doing away with them. We only strengthen their fear and hatred of us. We have beaten them and they are humiliated. Yet we nurture these resentful vipers who will one day kill us. Power cannot be dealt with this way. It must be exterminated, crushed, and denied the chance to return to haunt us. This is all the truer with a former friend who has become an enemy. The law governing fatal antagonisms reads, reconciliation is out of the question. Only one side can win, and it must win totally. You, Bond, learned this lesson well. After defeating Xiang Yu, the son of a farmer went on to become supreme commander of the armies of Chu, crushing his next rival, the king of Chu, his own former leader. He crowned himself emperor, defeated everyone in his path, and went down in history as one of the greatest rulers of China, the immortal Han Dao-Tzu, founder of the Han Dynasty. Keys to power. It is no accident that the story illustrating this law comes from China. Chinese history abounds with examples of enemies who were left alive and returned to haunt the land. Crush the enemy is a key strategic tenet of Sun Tzu, the 4th century BC author of The Art of War. The idea is simple. Your enemies wish you ill. There is nothing they want more than to eliminate you. If, in your struggles with them, you stop halfway or even 3/4 of the way out of mercy or hope of reconciliation, you only make them more determined, more embittered, and they will someday take revenge. They may act friendly for the time being, but this is only because you have defeated them. They have no choice but to bide their time. The solution? Have no mercy. Crush your enemies as totally as they would crush you. Ultimately, the only peace and security you can hope for from your enemies is their disappearance. Law 16. Use absence to increase respect and honor. Judgment. Too much circulation makes the price go down. The more you are seen and heard from, the more common you appear. If you are already established in a group, temporary withdrawal from it will make you more talked about, even more admired. You must learn when to leave, create value through scarcity. Observance of the law. For many centuries, the Assyrians ruled Upper Asia with an iron fist. In the 8th century BC, however, the people of Media, now northwestern Iran, revolted against them and finally broke free. Now the Medes had to establish a new government. Determined to avoid any form of despotism, they refused to give ultimate power to any one man or to establish a monarchy. Without a leader, however, the country soon fell into chaos and fractured into small kingdoms with village fighting against village. In one such village lived a man named Deoces, who began to make a name for himself for fair dealing and the ability to settle disputes. He did this so successfully, in fact, that soon any legal conflict in the area was brought to him, and his power increased. Throughout the land, the law had fallen into disrepute. The judges were corrupt, and no one entrusted their cases to the courts anymore, resorting to violence instead. When news spread of Deoces' wisdom, incorruptibility, and unshakable impartiality, Median villages far and wide turned to him to settle all manner of cases. Soon he became the sole arbiter of justice in the land. At the height of his power, Deoces suddenly decided he had had enough. He would no longer sit in the chair of judgment, would hear no more suits, settle no more disputes between brother and brother, village and village. Complaining that he was spending so much time dealing with other people's problems that he had neglected his own affairs, he retired. The country once again descended into chaos with the sudden withdrawal of a powerful arbiter like Deoces. Crime increased and contempt for the law was never greater. The Medes held a meeting of all the villages to decide how to get out of their predicament. We cannot continue to live in this country under these conditions, said one tribal leader. Let us appoint one of our number to rule, so that we can live under orderly government rather than losing our homes altogether in the present chaos. And so, despite all that the Medes had suffered under the Assyrian despotism, they decided to set up a monarchy and name a king. reminded Deus. He was hard to convince, for he wanted nothing more to do with the village's infighting and bickering. But the Medes begged and pleaded. Without him, the country had descended into a state of lawlessness. Deus finally agreed. Yet, he also imposed conditions. An enormous palace was to be constructed for him. He was to be provided with bodyguards, and a capital city was to be built from which he could rule. All of this was done, and Deus settled into his palace. In the center of the capital, the palace was surrounded by walls and completely inaccessible to ordinary people. Deus then established the terms of his rule. Admission to his presence was forbidden. Communication with the king was only possible through messengers. No one in the royal court could see him more than once a week, and then only by permission. Deus ruled for 53 years, extended the Median Empire, and established the foundation for what would later be the Persian Empire under his great-great-grandson Cyrus. During Deus's reign, the people's respect for him gradually turned into a form of worship. He was not a mere mortal, they believed, but the son of a god. Interpretation. Deus was a man of great ambition. He determined early on that the country needed a strong ruler and that he was the man for the job. In a land plagued with anarchy, the most powerful man is the judge and arbiter. So Deus began his career by making his reputation as a man of impeccable fairness. At the height of his power as a judge, however, Deus realized the truth of the law of absence and presence. By serving so many clients, he had become too noticeable, too available, and had lost the respect he had earlier enjoyed. People were taking his services for granted. The only way to regain the veneration and power he wanted was to withdraw completely and let the Medes taste what life was like without him. As he expected, they came begging for him to rule. Once Deus had discovered the truth of his law, He carried it to its ultimate realization. In the palace his people had built for him, none could see him except a few courtiers, and those only rarely. As Herodotus wrote, there was a risk that if they saw him habitually, it might lead to jealousy and resentment, and plots would follow. But if nobody saw him, the legend would grow that he was a being of a different order from mere men. Keys to power. Everything in the world depends on absence and presence. A strong presence will draw power and attention to you. You shine more brightly than those around you. But a point is inevitably reached where too much presence creates the opposite effect. The more you are seen and heard from, the more your value degrades. You become a habit. No matter how hard you try to be different, subtly, without your knowing why, people respect you less and less. At the right moment, you must learn to withdraw yourself before they unconsciously push you away. It is a game of hide and seek. Another, more everyday side of this law, but one that demonstrates its truth even further, is the law of scarcity in the science of economics. By withdrawing something from the market, you create instant value. Extend the law of scarcity to your own skills. Make what you are offering the world rare and hard to find, and you instantly increase its value. There always comes a point when those in power overstate their. We have grown tired of them, lost respect for them. We see them as no different from the rest of mankind, which is to say that we see them as rather worse, since we inevitably compare their current status in our eyes to their former one. There is an art to knowing when to retire. If it is done right, you regain the respect you had lost and retain a part of your power. Make yourself too available, and the aura of power you have created around yourself will wear away. Turn the game around. Make yourself less accessible, and you increase the value of your presence. Law 17. Keep others in suspense cultivate an air of unpredictability. Judgment. Humans are creatures of habit with an insatiable need to see familiarity in other people's actions. Your predictability gives them a sense of control. Turn the tables. Be deliberately unpredictable. Behavior that seems to have no consistency or purpose will keep them off balance, and they will wear themselves out trying to explain their moves. Taken to an extreme, this strategy can intimidate and terrorize. Observance of the law. In May of 1972, chess champion Boris Spassky anxiously awaited his rival Bobby Fischer in Reykjavik, Iceland. The two men had been scheduled to meet for the World Championship of Chess, but Fischer had not arrived on time, and the match was on hold. Fischer had problems with the size of the prize money, problems with the way the money was to be distributed, problems with the logistics of holding the match in Iceland. He might back out at any moment. Spassky tried to be patient. His Russian bosses felt that Fischer was humiliated and told him to walk away. But Spassky wanted this match. He knew he could destroy Fischer, and nothing was going to spoil the greatest victory of his career. So it seems that all our work may come to nothing, Spassky told a comrade. But what can we do? It is Bobby's move. If he comes, we play. If he does not come, we do not play. A man who was willing to commit suicide has the initiative. Fischer finally arrived in Reykjavik, but the problems and the threat of cancellation continued. He disliked the hall where the match was to be fought. He criticized the lighting. He complained about the noise of the cameras. He even hated the chairs in which he and Spassky were to sit. Now the Soviet Union took the initiative and threatened to withdraw their map. The bluff apparently worked. After all the weeks of waiting, the endless and infuriating negotiations, Fischer agreed to play. Everyone was relieved. No one more than Spassky. But on the day of the official introductions, Fischer arrived very late. And on the day when the match of the century was to begin, he was late again. again. This time, however, the consequences would be dire. If he showed up too late, he would forfeit the first game. What was going on? Was he playing some sort of mind game? Or was Bobby Fischer perhaps afraid of Boris Spassky? It seemed to the assembled Grand Masters and to Spassky that this young kid from Brooklyn had a terrible case of the jitters. At 5:09, Fischer showed up exactly 1 minute before the match was to be canceled. The first game of a chess tournament is critical, since it sets the tone for the months to come. It is often a slow and quiet struggle, with the two players preparing themselves for the war and trying to read each other's strategies. This game was different. Fischer made a terrible move early on, perhaps the worst of his career, and when Spassky had him on the ropes, he seemed to give up. Yet Spassky knew that Fischer never did. Even when facing checkmate, he fought to the bitter end, wearing the opponent down. This time, though, he seemed resigned. Then suddenly, he broke out a bold move that put the room in a buzz. The move shocked Spassky, but he recovered and managed to win the game. But no one could figure out what Fischer was up to. Had he lost deliberately? Or was he rattled, unsettled, even as some thought insane? After his defeat in the first game, Fischer complained all the more loudly about the room, the cameras, and everything else. He also failed to show up on time for the second game. This time, the organizers had had enough. He was given a forfeit. Now he was down 2 games to none, a position from which no one had ever come back to win a chess championship. Fischer was clearly unhinged. Yet, in the third game, as all those who witnessed it remember, he had a ferocious look in his eye, a look that clearly bothered Spassky. And despite the hole he had dug for himself, he seemed supremely confident. He did make what appeared to be another blunder, as he had in the first game. But his cocky air made Spassky smell a trap. Yet, despite the Russian's suspicions, he could not figure out the trap. And before he knew it, Fisher had checkmated him. In fact, Fisher's unorthodox tactics had completely unnerved his opponent. At the end of the game, Fisher leaped up and rushed out, yelling to his confederates as he smashed a fist into his palm. "I'm crushing him with brute force." In the next games, Fisher pulled moves that no one had seen from him before, moves that were not his style. Now Spassky started to make blunders. After losing the sixth game, he started crying. One grandmaster said, after this, Spassky's got to ask himself if it's safe to go back to Russia. After the eighth game, Spassky decided he knew what was happening. Bobby Fischer was hypnotizing him. He decided not to look Fischer in the eye. He lost anyway. After the 14th game, he called a staff conference and announced, "An attempt is being made to control my mind." He wondered whether the orange juice they drank at the chess table could have been drugged. Maybe chemicals were being blown into the air. Finally, Spassky went public, accusing the Fischer team of putting something in the chairs that was altering Spassky's mind. The KGB went on alert. Boris Spassky was embarrassing the Soviet Union. The chairs were taken apart and x-rayed. A chemist found nothing unusual in them. The only things anyone found anywhere, in fact, were two dead flies in the lighting fixture. Spassky began to complain of hallucinations. He tried to keep playing, but his mind was unraveling. He could not go on. On September 2nd, he resigned. Although still relatively young, he never recovered from this defeat. Interpretation. In previous games between Fischer and Spassky, Fischer had not fared well. Spassky had an uncanny ability to read his opponent's strategy and use it against him. Adaptable and patient, he would build attacks that would defeat not in 7 moves, but in 70. He defeated Fischer every time they played because he saw much further ahead and because he was a brilliant psychologist who never lost control. One master said, "He doesn't just look for the best move. He looks for the move that will disturb the man he is playing." Fischer, however, finally understood that this was one of the keys to Spassky's success. He played on your predictability, defeated you at your own game. Everything Fisher did for the championship match was an attempt to put the initiative on his side and to keep Spassky off balance. Clearly, the endless waiting had an effect on Spassky's psyche. Most powerful of all, though, were Fisher's deliberate blunders and his appearance of having no clear strategy. In fact, he was doing everything he could to scramble his old patterns, even if it meant losing the first match and forfeiting the second. Spassky was known for his sang-froid and level-headedness, but for the first time in his life, he could not figure out his opponent. He slowly melted down until at the end, he was the one who seemed insane. Chess contains the concentrated essence of life. First, because to win, you have to be supremely patient and far-seeing. And second, because the game is built on patterns, whole sequences of moves that have been played before and will be played again with slight alterations in any one match. Your opponent analyzes the patterns you are playing and uses them to try to foresee your moves. Allowing him nothing predictable to base his strategy on gives you a big advantage. In chess, as in life, when people cannot figure out what you're doing, they're kept in a state of terror, waiting, uncertain, confused. Keys to power. Nothing is more terrifying than the sudden and unpredictable. That is why we are so frightened by earthquakes and tornadoes. We do not know when they will strike. After one has occurred, we wait in terror for the next one. To a lesser degree, this is the effect that unpredictable human behavior has on us. Animals behave in set patterns, which is why we are able to hunt and kill them. Only man has the capacity consciously to alter his behavior, to improvise and overcome the weight of routine and habit. Yet, most men do not realize this power. They prefer the comforts of routine, of giving in to the animal nature that has them repeating the same compulsive actions time and time again. They do this because it requires no effort and because they mistakenly believe that if they do not unsettle others, they will be left alone. Understand, a person of power instills a kind of fear by deliberately unsettling those around him to keep the initiative on his side. You sometimes need to strike without warning to make others tremble when they least expect it. It is a device that the powerful have used for centuries. Unpredictability is most often the tactic of the master, but the underdog, too, can use it to great effect. If you find yourself outnumbered or cornered, throw in a series of unpredictable moves. Your enemies will be so confused that they will pull back or make a tactical blunder. People are always trying to read the motives behind your actions and to use your predictability against you. Throw in a completely inexplicable move and you put them on the defensive because they do not understand you. They are unnerved, and in such a state, you can easily intimidate them. Unpredictability is not only a weapon of terror, scrambling your patterns on a day-to-day basis will cause a stir around you and stimulate interest. People will talk about you, ascribe motives and explanations that have nothing to do with the truth, but that keep you constantly in their minds. In the end, the more capricious you appear, the more respect you will garner. Only the terminally subordinate act in a predictable manner. Law 18. Do not build fortresses to protect yourself. Isolation is dangerous. Judgment. The world is dangerous and enemies are everywhere. Everyone has to protect themselves. A fortress seems the safest, but isolation exposes you to more dangers than it protects you from. It cuts you off from valuable information. It makes you conspicuous and an easy target. Better to circulate among people, find allies, mingle. You are shielded from your enemies by the crowd. Transgression of the law. Qin Shi Huangdi, the first emperor of China in 221 to 210 BC, was the mightiest man of his day. His empire, was vaster and more powerful than that of Alexander the Great. He had conquered all of the kingdoms surrounding his own kingdom, Qin, and unified them into one massive realm called China. But in the last years of his life, few, if anyone, saw him. The emperor lived in the most magnificent palace built to that date in the capital of Xianyan. The palace had 270 pavilions. All of these were connected by secret underground passageways, allowing the emperor to move through the palace without anyone seeing him. He slept in a different room every night, and anyone who inadvertently laid eyes on him was instantly beheaded. Only a handful of men knew his whereabouts, and if they revealed it to anyone, they too were put to death. The first emperor had grown so terrified of human contact that when he had to leave the palace, he traveled incognito, disguising himself carefully. On one such trip through the provinces, he suddenly died. His body was borne back to the capital in the emperor's carriage, with a cart packed with salted fish trailing behind it to cover up the smell of the rotting corpse. No one was to know of his death. He died alone, far from his wives, his family, his friends, and his courtiers, accompanied only by a minister and a handful of eunuchs. Interpretation. Shi Huangdi started off as the king of Qin, a fearless warrior of unbridled ambition. Writers of the time described him as a man with a waspish nose, eyes like slits, the voice of a jackal, and the heart of a tiger or wolf. He could be merciful sometimes, but more often he swallowed men up without a scruple. It was through trickery and violence that he conquered the provinces surrounding his own and created China, forging a single nation and culture out of many. As part of this process of unification, however, the first emperor outlawed the writings and teachings of Confucius, the philosopher whose ideas on the moral life had already become virtually a religion in Chinese culture. On Shi Huangdi's order, thousands of books relating to Confucius were burned, and anyone who quoted Confucius was to be beheaded. This made many enemies for the emperor, and he grew constantly afraid, even paranoid. The executions mounted. A contemporary, the writer Han Fei Tzu, noted that Qin has been victorious for 4 generations, yet has lived in constant terror and apprehension of destruction. As the emperor withdrew deeper and deeper into the palace to protect himself, he slowly lost control of the realm. Eunuchs and ministers enacted political policies without his approval or even his knowledge. They also plotted against him. By the end, he was emperor in name only, and was so isolated that barely anyone knew he had died. He had probably been poisoned by the same scheming ministers who encouraged his isolation. That is what isolation brings. Retreat into a fortress and you lose contact with the sources of your power. You lose your ear for what is happening around you, as well as a sense of proportion. Instead of being safe, you cut yourself off from the kind of knowledge on which your life depends. Never enclose yourself so far from the streets that you cannot hear what is happening around you, including the plots against you. Keys to power. Machiavelli makes the argument that in a strictly military sense, a fortress is invariably a mistake. It becomes a symbol of power's isolation and is an easy target for its builder's enemies. Designed to defend you, fortresses actually cut you off from help and cut into your flexibility. They may appear impregnable, but once you retire to one, everyone knows where you are, and a siege does not have to succeed to turn your fortress into a prison. The danger for most people comes when they feel threatened. In such times, they tend to retreat and close ranks to find security in a kind of fortress. In doing so, however, they come to rely for information on a smaller and smaller circle and lose perspective on events around them. They lose maneuverability and become easy targets. And their isolation makes them paranoid. As in warfare, and most games of strategy, isolation often precedes defeat and death. In moments of uncertainty and danger, you need to fight this desire to turn inward. Instead, make yourself more accessible. Seek out old allies and make new ones. Force yourself into more and more different circles. This has been the trick of powerful people for centuries. Finally, since power is a human creation, it is inevitably increased by contact with other people. Instead of falling into the fortress mentality, view the world in the following manner. It is like a vast palace, with every room communicating with another. You need to be permeable, able to float in and out of different circles and mix with different types. That kind of mobility and social contact will protect you from plotters who will be unable to keep secrets from you and from your enemies, who will be unable to isolate you from your allies. Always on the move, you mix and mingle in the rooms of the palace, never sitting or settling in one place. No hunter can fix his aim on such a swift-moving creature. Law 19. Know who you are dealing with. Do not offend the wrong person. Judgment. There are many different kinds of people in the world, and you can never assume that everyone will react to your strategies in the same way. Deceive or outmaneuver some people, and they will spend the rest of their lives seeking revenge. They are wolves in lamb's clothing. Choose your victims and opponents carefully then. Never offend or deceive the wrong person. Opponents, suckers, and victims. Preliminary topology. In your rise to power, you will come across many breeds of opponent, sucker, and victim. The highest form of the art of power is the ability to distinguish the wolves from the lambs, the foxes from the hares, the hawks from the vultures. If you make this distinction well, you will succeed without needing to coerce anyone too much. But if you deal blindly with whomever crosses your path. You will have a life of constant sorrow, if you even live there. Being able to recognize types of people and to act accordingly is critical. The following are the 5 most dangerous and difficult types of mark in the jungle, as identified by artists, con and otherwise, of the past. The arrogant and proud man. Although he may initially disguise it, this man's touchy pride makes him very dangerous. Any perceived slight will lead to a vengeance of overwhelming violence. You may say to yourself, but I only said such and such at a party where everyone was drunk. It does not matter. There is no sanity behind his overreaction. So do not waste time trying to figure him out. If at any point in your dealings with a person you sense an oversensitive and overactive pride, flee. Whatever you are hoping for from him isn't worth it. The hopelessly insecure man. This man is related to the proud and arrogant type, but is less violent and harder to spot. His ego is fragile, his sense of self insecure, and if he feels himself deceived or attacked, the hurt will simmer. He will attack you in bites that will take forever to get big enough for you to notice. If you find you have deceived or harmed such a man, disappear for a long time. Do not stay around him, or he will nibble you to death.
Haunted FM.
Mr. Suspicion. Another variant on the breeds above. This is a future Joe Stalin. He sees what he wants to see, usually the worst, in other people, and imagines that everyone is after him. Mr. Suspicion is, in fact, the least dangerous of the three. Genuinely unbalanced, he is easy to deceive, just as Stalin himself was constantly deceived. Play on his suspicious nature to get him to turn against other people. But if you do become the target of his suspicions, watch out. The serpent with a long memory. If hurt or deceived, this man will show no anger on the surface. He will calculate and wait. Then, when he is in a position to turn the tables, he will exact a revenge marked by a cold-blooded shrewdness. Recognize this man by his calculation and cunning in different areas of his life. He is usually cold and unaffectionate. Be doubly careful of this snake, and if you have somehow injured him, either crush him completely or get him out of your sight. The plain, unassuming, and often unintelligent man. Your ears prick up when you find such a tempting victim. But this man is a lot harder to deceive than you imagine. Falling for a ruse often takes intelligence and imagination, a sense of the possible rewards. The blunt man will not take the bait because he does not recognize it. He is that unaware. The danger with this man is not that he will harm you or seek revenge, but merely that he will waste your time, energy, resources, and even your sanity in trying to deceive him. Have a test ready for a mark, a joke, a story. If his reaction is utterly literal, this is the type you are dealing with. Continue at your own risk. Transgression of the law. In the early part of the 13th century, Muhammad, the Shah of Khwarezm, managed after many wars to forge a huge empire, extending west to present-day Turkey and south to Afghanistan. The empire's center was the great Asian capital of Samarkand. The Shah had a powerful, well-trained army and could mobilize 200,000 warriors within days. In 1219, Muhammad received an embassy from a new tribal leader to the east, Genghis Khan. The embassy included all sorts of gifts to the great Muhammad, representing the finest goods from Khan's small but growing Mongol Empire. Genghis Khan wanted to reopen the Silk Route to Europe and offered to share it with Muhammad, while promising peace between the two empires. Muhammad did not know this upstart from the east, who, it seemed to him, was extremely arrogant to try to talk as an equal to one so clearly his superior. He ignored Khan's offer. Khan tried again. This time, he sent a caravan of 100 camels filled with the rarest articles he had plundered from China. Before the caravan reached Mohammed, however, Inalchik, the governor of a region bordering on Samarkand, seized it for himself and executed its leaders. Genghis Khan was sure that this was a mistake, that Inalchik had acted without Muhammad's approval. He sent yet another mission to Muhammad, reiterating his offer and asking that the governor be punished. This time, Muhammad himself had one of the ambassadors beheaded and sent the other two back with shaved heads, a horrifying insult in the Mongol code of honor. Khan sent a message to the Shah. You have chosen war. What will happen, and what is to be, we know not. Only God knows. Mobilizing his forces in 1220, he attacked Inalchik's province, where he seized the capital, captured the governor, and ordered him executed by having molten silver poured into his eyes and ears. Over the next year, Khan led a series of guerrilla-like campaigns against the Shah's much larger army. His method was totally novel for the time. His soldiers could move very fast on horseback and had mastered the art of firing with bow and arrow while mounted. The speed and flexibility of his forces allowed him to deceive Muhammad as to his intentions and the directions of his movements. Eventually, he managed first to surround Samarkand, then to seize it. Muhammad fled, and a year later died, his vast empire broken and destroyed. Genghis Khan was sole master of Samarkand, the Silk Route, and most of northern Asia. Interpretation. Never assume that the person you are dealing with is weaker or less important than you are. Some men are slow to take offense, which may make you misjudge the thickness of their skin and fail to worry about insulting them. But should you offend their honor and their pride, they will overwhelm you with a violence that seems sudden and extreme given their slowness to anger. If you want to turn people down, it is best to do so politely and respectfully, even if you feel their request is impudent or their offer ridiculous. Never reject them with an insult until you know them better. You may be dealing with a Genghis Khan. Keys to power. The ability to measure people and to know who you are dealing with is the most important skill of all in gathering and conserving power. Without it, you are blind. Not only will you offend the wrong people, you will choose the wrong people to work on, and will think you are flattering people when you are actually insulting them. Before embarking on any move, take the measure of your mark or potential opponent. Otherwise, you will waste time and make mistakes. Study people's weaknesses, the chinks in their armor, their areas of both pride and insecurity. Know their ins and outs before you even decide whether or not to deal with it. Two final words of caution. First, in judging and measuring your opponent, never rely on your instincts. You will make the greatest mistakes of all if you rely on such inexact indicators. Nothing can substitute for gathering concrete knowledge. Study and spy on your opponent for however long it takes. This will pay off in the long run. Second, never trust appearances. Anyone with a serpent's heart can use a show of kindness to cloak it. A person who is blustering on the outside is often really a coward. Learn to see through appearances and their contradictions. Never trust the version that people give of themselves. It is utterly unreliable. Law 20. Do not commit to anyone. Judgment. It is the fool who always rushes to take sides. Do not commit to any side or cause but yourself. By maintaining your independence, you become the master of others, playing people against one another, making them pursue you. Part 1. Do not commit to anyone, but be courted
Haunted
by
FM.
all. If you allow people to feel they possess you to any degree, you lose all power over them. By not committing your affections, they will only try harder to win you over. Stay aloof, and you gain the power that comes from their attention and frustrated desire. Play the virgin queen. Give them hope, but never satisfaction. Observance of the law. When Queen Elizabeth I ascended the throne of England in 1558, there was much to do about her finding a husband. The issue was debated in Parliament and was a main topic of conversation among Englishmen of all classes. They often disagreed as to whom she should marry, but everyone thought she should marry as soon as possible, for a queen must have a king and must bear heirs for the kingdom. The debates raged on for years. Meanwhile, the most handsome and eligible bachelors in the realm, Sir Robert Dudley, the Earl of Essex, Sir Walter Raleigh, vied for Elizabeth's hand. She did not discourage them, but she seemed to be in no hurry, and her hints as to which man might be her favorite often contradicted each other. In 1566, Parliament sent a delegation to Elizabeth urging her to marry before she was too old to bear children. She did not argue, nor did she discourage the delegation, but she remained a virgin nonetheless. The delicate game that Elizabeth played with her suitors slowly made her the subject of innumerable sexual fantasies and the object of cultish worship. The court physician Simon Foreman used his diary to describe his dreams of deflowering her. Painters represented her as Diana and other goddesses. The poet Edmund Spenser and others wrote eulogies to the Virgin Queen. She was referred to as the world's empress, that virtuous Virgo who rules the world and sets the stars in motion. In conversation with her, her many male suitors would employ bold sexual innuendo, a dare that Elizabeth did not discourage. She did all she could to stir their interest, and simultaneously keep them at bay. Throughout Europe, kings and princes knew that a marriage with Elizabeth would seal an alliance between England and any nation. The King of Spain wooed her, as did the Prince of Sweden and the Archduke of Austria. She politely refused them all. The great diplomatic issue of Elizabeth's day was posed by the revolt of the Flemish and Dutch lowlands, which were then possessions of Spain. Should England break its alliance with Spain and choose France as its main ally on the continent, thereby encouraging Flemish and Dutch independence? By 1570, it had come to seem that an alliance with France would be England's wisest course. France had two eligible men of noble blood, the Dukes of Anjou and Alençon, brothers of the French king. Would either of them marry Elizabeth? Both had advantages, and Elizabeth kept the hopes of both alive. The issue simmered for years. The Duke of Anjou made several visits to England, kissed Elizabeth in public, even called her by pet names. She appeared to requite his affections. Meanwhile, as she flirted with the two brothers, a treaty was signed that sealed peace between France and England. By 1582, Elizabeth felt she could break off the courtship. In the case of the Duke of Anjou in particular, she did so with great relief. For the sake of diplomacy, she had allowed herself to be courted by a man whose presence she could not stand and whom she found physically repulsive. Once peace between France and England was secure, she dropped the unctuous Duke as politely as she could. By this time, Elizabeth was too old to bear children. She was accordingly able to live the rest of her life as she desired, and she died the Virgin Queen. She left no direct heir, but ruled through a period of incomparable peace and cultural fertility. Interpretation. Elizabeth knew that marriage can often lead to a female ruler's undoing. By marrying and committing to an alliance with one party or nation, the queen becomes embroiled in conflicts that are not of her choosing, conflicts which may eventually overwhelm her or lead her into a futile war. Also, the husband becomes the de facto ruler and often tries to do away with his wife, the queen. She had two goals to avoid marriage and to avoid war. She managed to combine these goals by dangling the possibility of marriage in order to forge alliances. The moment she committed to any single suitor would have been the moment she lost her power. She had to emanate mystery and desirability, never discouraging anyone's hopes, but never yielding. Through this lifelong game of flirting and withdrawing, Elizabeth dominated the country and every man who sought to conquer her. As the center of attention, she was in control, keeping her independence above all. Elizabeth protected her power and made herself an object of worship. Keys to power. When you hold yourself back, you incur not anger, but a kind of respect. You instantly seem powerful because you make yourself ungraspable rather than succumbing to the group or to the relationship, as most people do. This aura of power only grows with time. As your reputation for independence grows, more and more people will come to desire you, wanting to be the one who gets you to commit. Desire is like a virus. If we see that someone is desired by other people, we tend to find this person desirable too. The moment you commit, the magic is gone. You become like everyone else. People will try all kinds of underhanded methods to get you to commit. They will give you gifts, shower you with favors, all to put you under obligation. Encourage the attention, stimulate their interest, but do not commit at any cost. Accept the gifts and favors if you so desire, but be careful to maintain your inner aloofness. You cannot inadvertently allow yourself to feel obligated to anyone. Stay aloof and people will come to you. It will become a challenge for them to win your affections. As long as you imitate the wise virgin queen and stimulate their hopes, you will remain a magnet of attention and desire.
Haunted FM.
Part 2. Do not commit to anyone. Stay above the fray.
Haunted FM.
Do not let people suck you into their petty fights and squabbles. Seem supported and interested, but find a way to remain neutral. Let others do the fighting, while you stand back, watch, and wait.
Haunted FM.
When the fighting parties are good and tired, they will be ripe for the picking. You can make it a practice, in fact, to stir up quarrels between other people and then offer to mediate, gaining power as the go-between. Observance of the law. In the late 15th century, the strongest city-states in Italy, Venice, Florence, Rome, and Milan, found themselves constantly swamped, hovering above their struggles were the nations of France and Spain, ready to grab whatever they could from the weakened Italian powers. And trapped in the middle was the small state of Mantua, ruled by the young Duke Gianfrancesco Gonzaga. Mantua was strategically located in central Italy, and it seemed only a matter of time before one of the powers swallowed it up, and it ceased to exist as an independent kingdom. Gonzaga was a fierce warrior and a skilled commander of troops, and he became a kind of mercenary general for whatever side paid him best. In the year 1490, he married Isabella d'Este, daughter of the ruler of another small Italian kingdom, Ferrara. Since he now spent most of his time away from Mantua, it fell to Isabella to rule in his stead. Isabella's first true test as ruler came in 1498, when King Louis XII of France was preparing armies to attack Milan. In their usual perfidious fashion, the Italian states immediately looked for ways to profit from Milan's difficulties. Pope Alexander VI promised not to intervene, thereby giving the French carte blanche. The Venetians signaled that they would not help Milan either, and in exchange for this, They hoped the French would give them mantua.
Haunted FM.
The ruler of the Lodovico Sforza,
Haunted FM.
suddenly found himself alone and abandoned.
Haunted FM.
He turned to Isabella d'Este, one of his closest friends, also rumored to be his lover, and begged her to persuade Duke Gonzaga to come to his aid.
Haunted FM.
Isabella tried, but her husband balked, for he saw Sforza's cause as hopeless. And so,
Haunted FM.
in 1499, Louis swooped down on
Haunted
Milan
FM.
and took it with ease. Isabella now faced a dilemma. If she stayed loyal to Lodovico, the French would now move against her.
Haunted
But
FM.
if instead she allied herself with France,
Haunted
she
FM.
would make enemies elsewhere in Italy, compromising Mantua once Louis eventually withdrew. And if she looked to Venice or Rome for help, they would simply swallow up Mantua under the cloak of coming to her aid. Yet, she
Haunted
had
FM.
to do something. The mighty king of France was
Haunted FM.
breathing down her neck. She decided to befriend him
Haunted
as
FM.
she had befriended Lodovico Sforza before him,
Haunted
with
FM.
alluring gifts, witty, intelligent letters, and the
Haunted FM.
possibility of her company. For Isabella
Haunted
was
FM.
famous as a woman of incomparable beauty and charm.
Haunted FM.
In 1500, Louis invited
Haunted
Isabella to a great party in Milan to celebrate his
Haunted
victory.
FM.
Leonardo da Vinci built an enormous mechanical lion for the affair. When the lion opened its
Haunted
mouth,
FM.
it spewed fresh lilies, the symbols
Haunted FM.
of French royalty. At the party, Isabella wore one of her celebrated dresses. She had by far the largest wardrobe of any of the Italian princesses. And just as she had hoped, she charmed and captivated Louis,
Haunted FM.
who ignored all the other ladies vying for his attention.
Haunted FM.
She soon became his constant companion, and in exchange for her friendship, he pledged to protect Mantua's independence from Venice. As one danger receded, however, another, more worrying one
Haunted
arose,
FM.
this time from the south, in the form of Cesare
Haunted
Borgia.
FM.
Starting in 1500, Borgia
Haunted
had
FM.
marched steadily north, gobbling up all the small
Haunted FM.
kingdoms in his path. in the name of his father, Pope Alexander.
Haunted FM.
Isabella understood Cesare perfectly.
Haunted
He
FM.
could be neither trusted nor in any way offended.
Haunted FM.
He had to be cajoled and kept at arm's length.
Haunted FM.
Isabella began by sending him gifts.
Haunted FM.
Falcons, prize dogs, perfumes, and
Haunted
dozens of masks, which she knew he always wore when he
Haunted
walked
FM.
the streets of Rome. She sent messengers with
Haunted
flattering greetings, although these messengers also acted
Haunted
as
FM.
her spies. At one point, Cesare asked if
Haunted
he could
FM.
house some troops in Mantua. Isabella managed to
Haunted
dissuade him politely, knowing full well that once the troops
Haunted
were
FM.
quartered in the city, they would
Haunted FM.
even when Isabella was charming Cesare, she convinced
Haunted FM.
everyone around her to take care never to utter a harsh
Haunted
word
FM.
about him, since he had spies everywhere and would use
Haunted
the
FM.
slightest pretext for invasion. When Isabella had
Haunted
a
FM.
child, she asked Cesare to be the godfather.
Haunted FM.
She even dangled in front of him the possibility of a
Haunted
marriage
FM.
between her family and his. Somehow
Haunted
it
FM.
all worked, for although elsewhere he seized everything in his
Haunted
path,
FM.
he spared Mantua. In
Haunted FM.
1503, Cesare's father Alexander died,
Haunted FM.
and a few years later, the new pope, Julius II,
Haunted FM.
went to war to drive the French troops from Italy.
Haunted FM.
When the ruler of Ferrara, Alfonso, Isabella's
Haunted FM.
brother, sided with the French, Julius decided to attack
Haunted FM.
and humble him. Once again, Isabella
Haunted FM.
found herself in the middle. The Pope on one side, the French
FM.
and her brother on the other. She dared not ally
Haunted
herself with either, but to offend him would be equally disastrous.
Haunted FM.
Again, she played the double game at which she
Haunted
had
FM.
become so expert. On the one hand, she
Haunted
got
FM.
her husband Gonzaga to fight for the Pope, knowing he would
Haunted
not
FM.
fight very hard. On the other, she let French
Haunted
troops pass through Mantua to come to Ferrara's aid.
Haunted FM.
While she publicly complained that the French had
Haunted
invaded
FM.
her territory, she privately supplied them with valuable
FM.
information. To make the invasion plausible to
Haunted
Julius, she even had the French pretend to plunder Mantua.
Haunted FM.
It worked once again. The Pope left Mantua alone.
Haunted FM.
In 1513, after a lengthy siege, Julius defeated Ferrara, and the French troops withdrew. Worn out by the effort, the Pope died a few months later. With his death, the nightmare cycle of battles and petty squabbles began to repeat itself. A great deal changed in Italy during Isabella's reign. Popes came and went. Cesare Borgia rose and then fell. Venice lost its empire. Milan was invaded. Florence fell into decline. And Rome was sacked by the Habsburg Emperor Charles V. Through all this, tiny Mantua not only survived, but thrived. Its court, the envy of Italy. Its wealth and sovereignty would remain intact for a century after Isabella's death in 1539. Interpretation. Learn to control yourself, to restrain your natural tendency to take sides and join the fight. Be friendly, charming to each of the combatants. Then step back as they collide. With every battle, they grow weaker, while you grow stronger with every battle you avoid.
Haunted FM.
Keys to power. To succeed in the game of power, you have to master your emotions. But even if you succeed in gaining such self-control, you can never control the temperamental dispositions of those around you. And this presents a great danger. Most people operate in a whirlpool of emotions, constantly reacting, churning up squabbles and conflicts. Your self-control and autonomy will only bother and infuriate them. They will try to draw you into the whirlpool, begging you to take sides in their endless battles, or to make peace for them. If you succumb to their emotional entreaties, little by little, you will find your mind and time occupied by their problems. Do not allow whatever compassion and pity you possess to suck you in. You can never win in this game. Conflicts can only multiply. On the other hand, you cannot completely stand aside, for that would cause needless offense. To play the game properly, you must seem interested in other people's problems, even sometimes appear to take their side. But while you make outward gestures of support, you must maintain your inner energy and sanity by keeping your emotions disengaged. No matter how hard people try to pull you in, never let your interest in their affairs and petty squabbles go beyond the surface. Give them gifts. Listen with a sympathetic look. Even occasionally, play the charmer. But inwardly, keep both the friendly kings and the perfidious Borgias at arm's length. By refusing to commit and thus maintaining your autonomy, you retain the initiative. Your moves stay matters of your own choosing, not defensive reactions to the push and pull of those around you. Play a waiting game, and you cannot lose.
Haunted FM.
Law 21. Play a sucker to catch a sucker. Seem dumber than your mark.
Haunted FM.
Judgment. No one likes feeling stupider than the next person. The trick then is to make your victims feel smart. And not just smart, but smarter than you. Once convinced of this, they will never suspect that you may have ulterior motives. Observance of the law.
Haunted FM.
In the winter of 1872, the U.S. financier Asbury Harpenden was visiting London when he received a cable. A diamond mine had been discovered in the American West. The cable came from a reliable source, William Ralston, owner of the Bank of California. But Harpending nevertheless took it as a practical joke, probably inspired by the recent discovery of huge diamond mines in South Africa. True, when reports had first come in of gold being discovered in the western United States, everyone had been skeptical, and those had turned out to be true. But a diamond mine in the West? Harpending showed the cable to his fellow financier, Baron Rothschild, one of the richest men in the world, saying it must be a joke. The Baron, however, replied, "Don't be too sure about that. America is a very large country. It has furnished the world with many surprises already. Perhaps it has others in store. Harpending promptly took the first ship back to the States. When Harpending reached San Francisco, there was an excitement in the air, recalling the gold rush days of the late 1840s. Two crusty prospectors named Philip Arnold and John Slack had been the ones to find the diamond mine. They had not divulged its location in Wyoming, but had led a highly respected mining expert to it several weeks back, taking a circular route so he could not guess his whereabouts. Once there, the expert had watched as the miners dug up diamonds. Back in San Francisco, the expert had taken the gems to various jewelers, one of whom had estimated their worth at $1.5 million. Harpending and Ralston now asked Arnold and Slack to accompany them back to New York, where the jeweler Charles Tiffany would verify the original estimates. The prospectors responded uneasily. They smelled a trap. How could they trust these city slickers? What if Tiffany and the financiers managed to steal the whole mine out from under them? Ralston tried to allay their fears by giving them $100,000 and placing another $300,000 in escrow for them. If the deal went through, they would be paid an additional $300,000. The miners agreed. The little group traveled to New York, where a meeting was held at the mansion of Samuel L. Barlow. The cream of the city's aristocracy was in attendance. General George Brenton McClellan, commander of the Union forces in the Civil War, General Benjamin Butler, Horace Greeley, editor of the newspaper The New York Tribune, Harpending, Ralston, and Tiffany. Only Slack and Arnold were missing. As tourists in the city, they had decided to go sightseeing. When Tiffany announced that the gems were real and worth a fortune, the financiers could barely control their excitement. They wired Rothschild and other tycoons to tell them about the diamond mine and inviting them to share in the investment. At the same time, they also told the prospectors that they wanted one more test. They insisted that a mining expert of their choosing accompany Slack and Arnold to the site to verify its wealth. The prospectors reluctantly agreed, In the
Haunted
meantime,
FM.
they said they had to return to San Francisco.
Haunted
The
FM.
jewels that Tiffany had examined, they left with Harpending for safekeeping. Several weeks later,
Haunted
a
FM.
man named Louis Jen, the best mining expert in
Haunted
the
FM.
country, met the prospectors in San Francisco. Janet was a born skeptic who was determined to make sure that the mine was not a fraud. Accompanying
Haunted
Janet
FM.
were Harpending and several other interested financiers.
Haunted FM.
As with the previous expert, the prospectors led
Haunted
the
FM.
team through a complex series of canyons, completely confusing
Haunted
them
FM.
as to their whereabouts. Arriving at the site, the
Haunted
financiers watched in amazement as Janet dug the
Haunted
area
FM.
up, leveling antlers, turning over boulders, and
Haunted
finding emeralds, rubies, sapphires, and most of all,
Haunted FM.
diamonds. The dig lasted 8 days, and by
Haunted
the
FM.
end, Janin was convinced. He told the investors that
Haunted
they
FM.
now possessed the richest field in mining history.
Haunted FM.
With 100 men and proper machinery, he told them, I would
Haunted FM.
guarantee to send out $1 million in diamonds every
Haunted
30
FM.
days. Returning to San Francisco a few
Haunted
days
FM.
later, Ralston, Harpending, and company
Haunted
acted
FM.
fast to form a $10 million corporation of
Haunted
private
FM.
investors. First, however, they had to get
Haunted
rid of
FM.
Arnold and Slack. That meant hiding their excitement. They certainly did not want to reveal the field's real
Haunted
value.
FM.
So they played possum. Who knows if
Haunted
Janet
FM.
is right? They told the prospectors. The mine may not be as
Haunted
rich as
FM.
we think. This just made the prospectors angry.
Haunted FM.
Trying a different tactic, the financiers told
Haunted
the
FM.
two men that if they insisted on having shares in the mine,
Haunted
they
FM.
would end up being fleeced by the unscrupulous tycoons
Haunted
and
FM.
investors who would run the corporation. Better, they said,
Haunted FM.
take the $700,000 already off, an enormous
Haunted
sum at
FM.
the time, and put their greed aside.
Haunted FM.
This, the prospectors seemed to understand, and they
Haunted
finally agreed to take the money, in return signing the rights to
Haunted
the
FM.
site over to the financiers and leaving maps to it.
Haunted FM.
News of the mine spread like wildfire.
Haunted FM.
Prospectors fanned out across Wyoming. Meanwhile,
Haunted FM.
Harpending and group began spending the millions they had
Haunted
collected
FM.
from their investors, buying equipment, hiring the best men
Haunted
in the
FM.
business, and furnishing luxurious offices in New York
Haunted FM.
and San Francisco. A few weeks later,
Haunted FM.
on their first trip back to the site, they learned the hard
Haunted FM.
truth. Not a single diamond or ruby was to be
Haunted FM.
found. It was all fake. They were ruined.
Haunted FM.
Our pending had unwittingly lured the richest
Haunted
men in
FM.
the world into the biggest scam of the century.
Haunted FM.
Interpretation. Arnold
Haunted
and
FM.
Slack pulled off their stupendous con, not by
Haunted FM.
using a fake engineer or bribing Tiffany. All of the
Haunted
experts had been real. All of them honestly believed in
Haunted
the
FM.
existence of a mind and in the value of the gems.
Haunted
What
FM.
had fooled them all was nothing else than Arnold and Slack
FM.
themselves. The two men seemed to be such
Haunted
rudes,
FM.
such hayseeds, so naive, that no one for an
Haunted FM.
instant had believed them capable of an audacious scam.
Haunted FM.
The prospectors had simply observed the law of appearing more
FM.
stupid than the mark. The deceiver's first
Haunted
commandment.
FM.
The logistics of the con were quite
Haunted
simple.
FM.
Months before Arnold and Slack announced the
Haunted FM.
discovery of the diamond mine, they traveled to Europe, where they
Haunted FM.
purchased some real gems for around $12,000.
Haunted FM.
Part of the money they had saved from their days as gold miners.
Haunted
They
FM.
then salted the mine with these gems, which the
Haunted
first
FM.
expert dug up and brought to San Francisco. The
Haunted
jewelers who would appraise these stones, including Tiffany himself,
Haunted
had
FM.
gotten caught up in the fever and had grossly overestimated their
Haunted FM.
value. Then Ralston gave the prospectors $100,000 as security, and immediately after their trip to
Haunted
New York,
FM.
they simply went to Amsterdam, where they bought sacks of
Haunted FM.
uncut gems before returning to San Francisco.
Haunted FM.
The second time they salted the mine, there were many more jewels to be found. The effectiveness of the scheme,
Haunted FM.
however, rested not on tricks like these, but on the
Haunted
fact
FM.
that Arnold and Slack played their parts to perfection. On their trip to New York, where they mingled with
Haunted
millionaires and tycoons, they played up their clodhopper
Haunted
image,
FM.
wearing pants and coats a size or two too small,
Haunted FM.
and acting incredulous at everything they saw in the big
Haunted
city.
FM.
No one believed that these country simpletons
Haunted
could
FM.
possibly be conning the most devious, unscrupulous financiers of the time. Keys to power.
Haunted FM.
Given how important the idea of intelligence is to most people's vanity, it is critical never inadvertently to insult or impugn a person's brain power.
Haunted FM.
That is an unforgivable sin. But if you can make this iron rule work for you, it opens up all sorts of avenues of deception. Subliminally reassure people that they are more intelligent than you are, or even that you are a bit of a moron. And you can run rings around.
Haunted FM.
The feeling of intellectual superiority you give them
Haunted FM.
will disarm their suspicion muscles.
Haunted FM.
Intelligence is the obvious quality to downplay.
Haunted FM.
But why stop there? Taste and sophistication rank close to intelligence on the vanity scale, make people feel they are more sophisticated than you are, and their guard will come down. As Arnold and Slack knew, an air of complete naivete can work wonders. Those fancy financiers were laughing at them behind their backs. But who laughed loudest in the end? In general, always make people believe they are smarter and more sophisticated than you are. They will keep you around because you make them feel better about themselves. And the longer you are around, the more opportunities you will have to deceive them.
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
Law 22. Use the surrender tactic. Transform weakness into power.
Haunted FM.
Judgment. When you are
Haunted
weaker,
FM.
never fight for honor's sake. Choose surrender instead. Surrender gives you time to recover, time to torment and irritate your conqueror, time to wait for his power to wane.
Haunted
Do
FM.
not give him the satisfaction of fighting and defeating you.
Haunted FM.
Surrender first. By turning the other cheek,
Haunted FM.
you infuriate and unsettle. Make surrender a tool of power.
Haunted FM.
Observance of the law. Sometime in the 1920s, the German writer Bertolt Brecht became a convert to the cause of communism. From then on, his plays,
Haunted FM.
essays, and poems reflected his revolutionary fervor,
Haunted
and
FM.
he generally tried to make his ideological statements as
Haunted FM.
clear as possible. When Hitler came to power in Germany,
FM.
Brecht and his communist colleagues became marked
Haunted
men.
FM.
He had many friends in the United States, Americans who sympathized with his beliefs, as well as fellow German intellectuals who had fled Hitler. In 1941, accordingly, Brecht emigrated to the United States and chose to settle in Los Angeles, where he hoped to make a living in the film business. Over the next few years, Brecht wrote screenplays with a pointedly anti-capitalist slant. He had little success in
Haunted
Hollywood.
FM.
So, in 1947, the war having ended,
Haunted
he
FM.
decided to return to Europe. That same year,
Haunted
however, the U.S. Congress's House Un-American Activities
Haunted
Committee
FM.
began its investigation into supposed
Haunted FM.
communist infiltration in Hollywood. It began to gather
Haunted FM.
information on Brecht, who had so openly espoused Marxism. And on September 19, 1947, only
Haunted
a
FM.
month before he had planned to leave the United States, he received
Haunted FM.
a subpoena to appear before the committee. In addition to
Haunted
Brecht,
FM.
a number of other writers, producers, and directors
Haunted
were
FM.
summoned to appear as well, and this group came to be known
Haunted
as the
FM.
Hollywood 19. Before going to
Haunted
Washington,
FM.
the Hollywood 19 met to decide on a plan of action.
Haunted FM.
Their approach would be confrontation. Instead of
Haunted FM.
answering questions about their membership or lack of it in the Communist Party, they would read prepared statements that would challenge the authority of the committee and argue that its activities were unconstitutional. Even if this strategy meant
Haunted
imprisonment,
FM.
it would gain publicity for their cause.
Haunted
Brecht
FM.
disagreed. What good was it, he asked,
Haunted
to
FM.
play the martyr and gain a little public sympathy if in the process
Haunted
they
FM.
lost the ability to stage their plays and sell their scripts
FM.
for years to come? He felt certain they were all more intelligent than the members of the committee. Why lower themselves to the level of their opponents by arguing with them?
Haunted FM.
Why not outfox the committee by appearing to surrender
FM.
to it while subtly mocking it? The Hollywood
Haunted
19 listened to Brett politely, but decided
Haunted
to
FM.
stick to their plan, leaving Brett to go his own way.
Haunted FM.
The committee finally summoned Brett on October
Haunted
3rd.
FM.
They expected him to do what others among the Hollywood
Haunted
19 who had testified before him had done.
Haunted
Argue,
FM.
refuse to answer questions, challenge the committee's right to hold
Haunted
its
FM.
hearing, even yell and hurl insults. Much
Haunted
to their
FM.
surprise, however, Brett was the very picture of
Haunted FM.
congeniality. He wore a suit, something he rarely
Haunted
did,
FM.
smoked a cigar. He had heard that the committee chairman was a
Haunted FM.
passionate cigar smoker, answered their questions politely,
Haunted
and
FM.
generally deferred to their authority. Unlike
Haunted
the other
FM.
witnesses, Brett answered the question of whether he belonged to the
Haunted
Communist Party. He was not a member, he said, which happened
Haunted
to be
FM.
the truth. One committee member asked him, "Is it
Haunted
true
FM.
you have written a number of revolutionary plays?" Brecht had
Haunted
written
FM.
many plays with overt communist messages, but he responded,
Haunted FM.
"I have written a number of poems and songs and
Haunted
plays
FM.
in the fight against Hitler, and of course, they can be considered, therefore, as revolutionary because I, of course,
Haunted
was
FM.
for the overthrow of that government." This statement
Haunted
went
FM.
unchallenged. Brecht's English was more
Haunted
than
FM.
adequate, but he used an interpreter throughout his testimony, a
Haunted FM.
tactic that allowed him to play subtle games with language.
Haunted FM.
When committee members found communist leanings in lines
Haunted FM.
from English editions of his poems, he would repeat the lines in German
FM.
for the interpreter, who would then retranslate them,
Haunted
and
FM.
somehow they would come out miraculous. At
Haunted
one
FM.
point, a committee member read one of Brecht's revolutionary
Haunted
poems out loud in English and asked him if he had
Haunted
written.
FM.
"No," he responded. "I wrote a
Haunted
German poem, which is very different from this." The author's
Haunted FM.
elusive answers baffled the committee members, but his
Haunted
politeness
FM.
and the way he yielded to their authority made it impossible for
Haunted
them
FM.
to get angry with him. After only an hour
Haunted
of
FM.
questioning, the committee members had had enough. "Thank you very
Haunted
much," said the chairman. "You are a good example to the other
Haunted FM.
witnesses." Not only did they free him, they offered
Haunted
to
FM.
help him if he had any trouble with immigration officials who
Haunted
might
FM.
detain him for their own reasons. The following day,
Haunted FM.
Breck left the U.S. never to return.
Haunted FM.
Interpretation. The Hollywood
Haunted
19's
FM.
confrontational approach won them a lot of sympathy,
Haunted FM.
and years later they gained a kind of vindication in
Haunted
public
FM.
opinion. But they were also blacklisted and lost
Haunted FM.
valuable years of profitable working. Breck,
Haunted FM.
on the other hand, expressed his disgust at the committee
Haunted FM.
more indirectly. It was not that he changed his
Haunted FM.
beliefs or compromised his values. Instead, during
Haunted
his
FM.
short testimony, he kept the upper hand by appearing
Haunted
to
FM.
yield, while all the time running circles around the
Haunted
committee
FM.
with vague responses, outright lies that went unchallenged
Haunted FM.
because they were wrapped in enigmas and word games.
Haunted FM.
In the end, he kept the freedom to continue his revolutionary writing, as opposed to suffering imprisonment or detainment in the United States, even while subtly mocking
Haunted
the
FM.
committee and its authority with his pseudo-obedience.
Haunted FM.
Keep in mind the following. People
Haunted FM.
trying to make a show of their authority are easily deceived
Haunted
by
FM.
the surrender tactic. Your outward sign of
Haunted FM.
submission makes them feel important, satisfied that you
Haunted
respect them. They become easier targets for a later
Haunted FM.
counterattack, or for the kind of indirect ridicule used
Haunted
by
FM.
Breck. Measuring your power over time,
Haunted FM.
never sacrifice long-term maneuverability for the
Haunted FM.
short-lived glories of martyrdom.
Haunted FM.
Keys to power. What gets us into trouble
FM.
in the realm of power is often our own overreaction
Haunted
to
FM.
the moves of our enemies and rivals. That
Haunted FM.
overreaction creates problems we would have avoided had we
Haunted
been
FM.
more reasonable. It also has an endless
Haunted
rebound
FM.
effect, for the enemy then overreacts as well.
Haunted FM.
It is always our first instinct to react,
Haunted
to
FM.
meet aggression with some other kind of aggression. But the next
Haunted
time
FM.
someone pushes you, and you find yourself starting to react,
Haunted
try
FM.
this. Do not resist or fight back, but yield.
Haunted FM.
Turn the other cheek. Then you will find
Haunted
that
FM.
this often neutralizes their behavior. They expect,
Haunted FM.
even wanted you to react with force, and so they
Haunted
are
FM.
caught off guard and confounded by your lack of resistance. existence.
Haunted FM.
By yielding, you in fact control the situation
Haunted FM.
because your surrender is part of a larger plan to lull them into believing they have defeated. This is the essence of the surrender attack. Inwardly, you stay firm, but outwardly, you bend. Deprived of a reason to get angry, your opponents will often be bewildered instead, and they are unlikely to react with more violence, which would demand a reaction from you. Instead, you are allowed time and space to plot the counter moves that will bring them down. In the battle of the intelligent against the brutal and the aggressive, the surrender tactic is the supreme weapon. It does require self-control. Those who genuinely surrender give up their freedom and they get crushed by the humiliation of their defeat. You have to remember that you only appear to surrender, like the animal that plays dead to save its hide. Power is always in flux. Since the game is by nature fluid and an arena of struggle, those with power almost always find themselves eventually on the downward swing.
Haunted FM.
If you find yourself temporarily weakened, the surrender tactic is perfect for raising yourself up again. It disguises your ambition. It teaches you patience and self-control, key skills in the game, and it puts you in the best possible position for taking advantage of your oppressor's sudden slide. If you run away or fight back, in the long run, you cannot win. If you surrender, you will almost always emerge victorious.
Haunted FM.
Law 23. Concentrate your
Haunted
forces.
FM.
Judgment. Conserve your forces and energies by keeping them concentrated at their strongest point. You gain more by finding a rich mine and mining it deeper than by flitting from one shallow mine to another. Intensity defeats extensity every time. When looking for sources of power to elevate you, find the one key patron, the fat cow, who will give you milk for a long time to come. Transgression of the law. In China, in the early 6th century BC, the kingdom of Wu began a war with the neighboring northern provinces of the Middle Kingdom. Wu was a growing power, but it lacked the great history and civilization of the Middle Kingdom. For centuries, the center of Chinese culture. By defeating the Middle Kingdom, the king of Wu would instantly raise his status. The war began with great fanfare and several victories, but it soon bogged down. A victory on one front would leave the Wu armies vulnerable on another. The king's chief minister and advisor, Wu Zishu, warned him that the barbarous state of Yue to the south was beginning to notice the kingdom of Wu's problems and had designs to invade. The king only laughed at such words. One more big victory, and the great Middle Kingdom would be his. In the year 490, Wu Zishu sent his son away to safety in the kingdom of Qi. In doing so, he sent the king a signal that he disapproved of the war and that he believed the king's selfish ambition was leading Wu to ruin. The king, sensing betrayal, lashed out at his minister, accusing him of a lack of loyalty, and, in a fit of anger, ordered him to kill himself. Wu Zishu obeyed his king, but before he plunged the knife into his chest, he cried, "Tear out my eyes, O king, and fix them on the gate of Wu, so that I may see the triumphant entry of Yue." As Wu Zishu had predicted, within a few years, the Yue army passed beneath the gate of Wu. As the barbarians surrounded the palace, the king remembered his minister's last words and felt the dead man's disembodied eyes watching his disgrace. Unable to bear his shame, the king killed himself, covering his face so that he would not have to meet the reproachful gaze of his minister in the next world. Interpretation. The story of Wu is a paradigm of all the empires that have come to ruin by overreaching. Drunk with success and sick with ambition, such empires expand to grotesque proportions and meet the ruin that is total. For the Chinese, the fate of the kingdom of Wu serves as an elemental lesson on what happens when you
Haunted
dissipate your forces on several fronts, losing sight of
Haunted
distant
FM.
dangers for the sake of present gain.
Haunted
If
FM.
you are not in danger, says Sun Tzu, do not fight.
Haunted FM.
It is almost a physical law. What is bloated beyond its proportions inevitably collapses.
Haunted FM.
The mind must not wander from goal to goal, or be distracted by success from its sense of purpose and proportion. What is concentrated, coherent,
Haunted FM.
and connected to its past has power. What
Haunted
is
FM.
dissipated, divided, and distended rots
Haunted FM.
and falls to the ground. The bigger it bloats,
Haunted
the
FM.
harder it falls. Keys to
Haunted
power.
FM.
As Schopenhauer wrote, intellect is a magnitude of intensity, not a magnitude of extensity. Napoleon knew the value of concentrating your
Haunted FM.
forces at the enemy's weakest spot. It was the secret of his success on the battlefield. But his willpower and his mind were equally modeled on this notion.
Haunted FM.
Single-mindedness of purpose, total concentration on the goal, and the use of these qualities against people less focused, people in a state of distraction. Such an arrow will find its mark every time and overwhelm the enemy. Concentrate on a single goal, a single task, and beat it into submission. In the world of power, you will constantly need help from other people, usually those more powerful than you. The fool flits from one person to another, believing that he will survive by spreading himself out. It is a corollary of the law of concentration, however, that much energy is saved and more power is attained by affixing yourself to a single appropriate source of power. Throughout his life, the 16th century writer Pietro Aretino suffered the indignities of having to please this prince and that. At last, he had had enough and decided to woo Charles V, promising the emperor the services of his powerful pen. He finally discovered the freedom that came from attachment to a single source of power. Michelangelo found this freedom
Haunted FM.
with Pope Julius II, Galileo with the Medici.
Haunted FM.
In the end, the single patron appreciates your loyalty and becomes dependent on your services.
Haunted
In the
FM.
long run, the master serves the slave.
Haunted FM.
Power always exists in concentrated
Haunted FM.
forms. In any organization, it is inevitable
Haunted
for a
FM.
small group to hold the strings. And often, it is not those with the titles. In the game of power,
Haunted FM.
only the fool flails about without fixing his target.
Haunted FM.
You must find out who controls the operation.
Haunted FM.
Who is the real director behind the scenes? As Richelieu discovered at the beginning of his rise to the top of
Haunted
the
FM.
French political scene during the early 17th century,
Haunted
it
FM.
was not King Louis XIII who decided things. It was the
Haunted FM.
king's mother. And so he attached himself to her
Haunted FM.
and catapulted through the ranks of the courtiers all the way
Haunted FM.
to the top. It is enough to strike oil
Haunted FM.
once. Your wealth and power are assured for a
Haunted
lifetime.
FM.
Law 24. Play the perfect
Haunted
courtier.
FM.
Judgment. The
Haunted
perfect courtier thrives in a world where everything revolves
Haunted FM.
around power and political dexterity. He has
Haunted FM.
mastered the art of indirection. He flatters,
Haunted
yields
FM.
to superiors, and asserts power over others in the
Haunted FM.
most oblique and graceful manner.
Haunted FM.
Learn and apply the laws of courtiership, and there will be no limit to how far you can rise in the court.
Haunted FM.
Court society. It is a
Haunted
fact
FM.
of human nature that the structure of a court society forms
Haunted FM.
itself around power. In the past, the court
Haunted FM.
gathered around the ruler and had many functions. Besides
Haunted
keeping
FM.
the ruler amused, it was a way to solidify the hierarchy
Haunted
of
FM.
royalty, nobility, and the upper classes, and to keep the nobility both subordinate and close to the ruler, so
Haunted
that he
FM.
could keep an eye on him. The court serves power
Haunted
in
FM.
many ways, but most of all, it glorifies the
Haunted
ruler,
FM.
providing him with a microcosmic world
Haunted
that must
FM.
struggle to please him. To be a courtier
Haunted
was a
FM.
dangerous game, A 19th century Arab
Haunted
traveler to the court of Darfur in what is now Sudan
Haunted FM.
reported that courtiers there had to do whatever the Sultan. If he were injured, they had to suffer the same
Haunted
injury.
FM.
If he fell off his horse during a hunt, they fell too.
Haunted FM.
Mimicry like this appeared in courts all over the
Haunted
world. More troublesome was the danger of displeasing the ruler. One wrong move spelled death or
Haunted FM.
exile. The successful courtier had to walk a
Haunted FM.
tightrope, pleasing but not pleasing too much, obeying but somehow distinguishing himself from the other
Haunted
courtiers,
FM.
while also never distinguishing himself so
Haunted
far
FM.
as to make the ruler insecure.
Haunted
Great
FM.
courtiers throughout history have mastered the science of
Haunted FM.
manipulating people. They make the king feel more
Haunted FM.
kingly. They make everyone else fear their power.
Haunted FM.
They are magicians of appearance, knowing that most things at court are judged by how they seem. Great courtiers are gracious and polite. Their aggression is veiled
Haunted FM.
and indirect. Masters of the word,
Haunted
they
FM.
never say more than necessary, getting the most out of a compliment or hidden insult.
Haunted
They
FM.
are magnets of pleasure. People want to be around them because they know how
Haunted
to
FM.
please. Yet, they neither fawn nor humiliate
Haunted FM.
themselves. Great courtiers become the king's
Haunted
favorites, enjoying the benefits of that position. They
Haunted
often end up more powerful than the ruler, for they are
Haunted
wizards
FM.
in the accumulation of influence.
Haunted FM.
Many today dismiss court life as a relic of the
Haunted
past, a historical curiosity. They reason,
Haunted FM.
according to Machiavelli, as though heaven, the sun, the
Haunted
elements, and men had changed the order of their motions
Haunted
and
FM.
power, and were different from what they were in ancient times.
Haunted FM.
There may be no more Sun Kings,
Haunted FM.
but there are still plenty of people who believe the sun revolves around
Haunted FM.
them. The royal court may have more or less
Haunted FM.
disappeared, or at least lost its power, but courts
Haunted
and
FM.
courtiers still exist because power still
Haunted
exists.
FM.
A courtier is rarely asked to fall off a horse
Haunted
anymore, but the laws that govern court politics are
Haunted
as
FM.
timeless as the laws of power. There is much to be
Haunted
learned
FM.
then from great courtiers past and present.
Haunted FM.
The laws of court politics
Haunted FM.
avoid ostentation. It is
Haunted
never
FM.
prudent to prattle on about yourself or call too much
Haunted
attention to your actions. The more you talk about your
Haunted
deeds,
FM.
the more suspicion you cause. You also stir up enough envy among your peers to induce treachery
Haunted
and
FM.
backstabbing. Be careful, ever so
Haunted FM.
careful, in trumpeting your own achievements, and always
Haunted
talk
FM.
less about yourself than about other people.
Haunted FM.
Modesty is generally preferable.
Haunted FM.
Practice nonchalance. Never seem
Haunted
to
FM.
be working too hard. Your talent must
Haunted
appear to flow naturally with an ease that makes
Haunted
people take you for a genius rather than a workaholic.
Haunted FM.
Be frugal with flattery. It may
Haunted FM.
seem that your superiors cannot get enough flattery, but too
Haunted
much of even a good thing loses its value.
Haunted
It
FM.
also stirs up suspicion among your peers. Learn
Haunted
to
FM.
flatter indirectly by downplaying your own
Haunted
contribution,
FM.
for example, to make your master look better.
Haunted FM.
Arrange to be noticed. There
Haunted
is a
FM.
paradox. You cannot display yourself too brazenly,
FM.
yet you must also get yourself noticed.
Haunted
You
FM.
stand no chance of rising if the ruler does not notice you in the
Haunted FM.
swamp of courtiers. This task requires
Haunted FM.
much art. It is often initially a matter of being seen
FM.
in the literal sense. Pay attention to
Haunted
your
FM.
physical appearance then, and find a way to create a
Haunted
distinctive,
FM.
a subtly distinctive style and
Haunted
image.
FM.
Alter your style and language
Haunted FM.
according to the person you are dealing with. The pseudo-belief
Haunted FM.
in equality, the idea that talking and acting the same
Haunted
way
FM.
with everyone, no matter what their rank, makes you somehow a paragon
FM.
of civilization is a terrible mistake.
Haunted FM.
Those below you will take it as a form of condescension,
Haunted FM.
which it is, and those above you will be offended,
Haunted FM.
although they may not admit it. You must change
Haunted
your
FM.
style and your way of speaking to suit each person.
Haunted FM.
This is not lying. It is acting. And
Haunted
acting
FM.
is an art, not a gift from God. Learn
Haunted FM.
the art. Never be the bearer
Haunted
of
FM.
bad news. The king kills the messenger who
Haunted
brings
FM.
bad news. This is a cliche, but there is truth
Haunted
to it.
FM.
You must struggle and, if necessary,
Haunted FM.
lie and cheat to be sure that the lot of the bearer
Haunted
of
FM.
bad news falls on a colleague, never on you.
Haunted FM.
Bring only good news, and your approach will gladden your
Haunted
master. Never affect friendliness
Haunted
and
FM.
intimacy with your master. He does not want a friend
Haunted FM.
for a subordinate. He wants a subordinate. Never
Haunted
approach him in an easy, friendly way, or act as if you
Haunted
are on
FM.
the best of terms. That is his prerogative.
Haunted FM.
If he chooses to deal with you on this level, assume a wary chumminess. Otherwise, err in the opposite direction and make the distance between you
Haunted
clear.
FM.
Never criticize those above you
Haunted FM.
directly. This may seem obvious, but there are often
Haunted FM.
times when some sort of criticism is necessary. To say
FM.
nothing or to give no advice would open you to risks
Haunted FM.
of another sort. You must learn, however, to couch your advice and criticism as indirectly and as politely as possible. Think twice or
Haunted
3
FM.
times before deciding you have made them sufficiently
Haunted FM.
circuitous. Err on the side of subtlety and
Haunted
gentleness.
FM.
Be frugal in asking those above you
Haunted
for
FM.
favors. Nothing irritates a master more
Haunted FM.
than having to reject someone's request. It stirs up
Haunted FM.
guilt and resentment. Ask for favors as
Haunted FM.
rarely as possible and know when to stop.
Haunted FM.
Never joke about appearances or taste.
Haunted
A
FM.
lively wit and a humorous disposition are essential qualities
Haunted FM.
for a good courtier. And there are times when vulgarity is appropriate and engaging. But avoid any
Haunted FM.
kind of joke about appearance or taste. Two highly sensitive areas, especially with those above you.
Haunted FM.
Do not even try when you are away from it.
Haunted FM.
You will dig your own grave. Do not
Haunted FM.
be the court cynic. If you constantly
Haunted FM.
criticize your equals or subordinates, some of that criticism
FM.
will rub off on you, hovering over you like a gray
Haunted
cloud wherever you go. People will groan at
Haunted
each
FM.
new cynical comment, and you will irritate them
Haunted FM.
by expressing modest admiration for other people's
Haunted
achievements.
FM.
You paradoxically call attention to your own.
Haunted
The
FM.
ability to express wonder and amazement and seem
FM.
like you mean it is a rare and dying talent,
Haunted
but
FM.
one still greatly valued. Be
Haunted FM.
self-observant. The mirror is a miraculous
Haunted FM.
invention. Without it, you would commit great sins against
Haunted
beauty
FM.
and decorum. You also need a mirror for your
Haunted FM.
actions. This can sometimes come from other people telling you what
Haunted
they see in you, but that is not the most trustworthy method.
Haunted FM.
You must be the mirror, training your mind to see yourself as others see you. Are you acting too
Haunted FM.
obsequious? Are you trying too hard to please? Do you
Haunted
seem
FM.
desperate for attention, giving the impression that you are on the
Haunted FM.
decline? Be observant about yourself, and you will
Haunted
avoid a mountain of blunders. Master your emotions. As an actor in a great play,
Haunted FM.
you must learn to cry and laugh on command
Haunted
and
FM.
when it is appropriate. You must be able both to
Haunted FM.
disguise your anger and frustration and to fake your contentment and agreement. You must be the master
Haunted
of
FM.
your own face. Call it lying if you like.
Haunted
But
FM.
if you prefer to not play the game and to always be honest and upfront, do not complain when others call you
Haunted
obnoxious
FM.
and arrogant. Fit the spirit of
Haunted
the
FM.
times. A slight affectation of a past era
Haunted FM.
can be charming as long as you choose a period at
Haunted
least
FM.
20 years back. Wearing the fashions of 10 years
Haunted
ago
FM.
is ludicrous unless you enjoy the role of court jester.
Haunted FM.
Your spirit and way of thinking must keep up with the
Haunted
times, even if the times offend your sensibilities.
Haunted FM.
Be too forward thinking, however, and no one will understand
FM.
you. It is never a good idea to stand out too much in
Haunted
this
FM.
area. You are best off at least being able to mimic
Haunted
the
FM.
spirit of the times. Be a source
Haunted
of
FM.
pleasure. This is critical.
Haunted FM.
It is an obvious law of human nature that we will flee what is unpleasant and distasteful, while charm and the promise of delight will draw us like moths to a flame.
Haunted FM.
Make yourself the flame and you will rise to the top.
Haunted FM.
Since life is otherwise so full of unpleasantness
Haunted
and
FM.
pleasure so scarce, you will be as indispensable as food and drink. This may seem obvious,
Haunted FM.
but what is obvious is often ignored or
Haunted
unappreciated.
FM.
There are degrees to this. Not everyone can
Haunted
play the
FM.
role of favorite, for not everyone is blessed with charm
Haunted
and
FM.
wit. But we can all control our unpleasant
Haunted FM.
qualities and obscure them when necessary.
Haunted FM.
Law
Haunted
25. Recreate yourself.
Haunted FM.
Judgment. Do not accept the
Haunted
roles that society foists on you. Recreate
Haunted
yourself
FM.
by forging a new identity, one that commands attention and never bores the audience.
Haunted
Be the
FM.
master of your own image, rather than letting others define it
Haunted
for
FM.
you. Incorporate dramatic devices
Haunted
into
FM.
your public gestures and actions. Your power will be
Haunted FM.
enhanced, and your character will seem larger than life.
Haunted FM.
Observance of the law.
Haunted
In the
FM.
year 1831, a young woman named Aurore Dupin du Devant left her husband and family in the
Haunted FM.
provinces and moved to Paris. She wanted to be a
Haunted
writer.
FM.
Marriage, she felt, was worse than prison, for it
Haunted
left
FM.
her neither the time nor the freedom to pursue her passion.
Haunted FM.
In Paris, she would establish her independence
Haunted
and make her
FM.
living by writing. Soon after Dudevant
FM.
arrived in the capital, however, she had to confront certain
Haunted
harsh realities. To have any degree of freedom in Paris,
Haunted FM.
you had to have money. For a woman, money could only
FM.
come through marriage or prostitution. No woman
FM.
had ever come close to making a living by writing.
Haunted FM.
Women wrote as a hobby, supported by their husbands
Haunted FM.
or by an inheritance. In fact, when
Haunted
Dudevant first showed her writing to an editor, he told her,
Haunted
"You
FM.
should make babies, madam, not literature."
Haunted FM.
Clearly, Dudevant had come to Paris to attempt the
Haunted FM.
impossible. In the end, though, she came up with a strategy to do what no woman had ever done. A strategy to recreate herself completely, forging a public image of her own makeup. Women writers before her had been forced into a ready-made role, that of the second-rate artist who wrote mostly for other women. Dudevant decided that if she had to play a role, she would turn the game around. She would play the part of a man. In 1832, a publisher accepted Dudevant's first major novel, Indiana. She had chosen to publish it under a pseudonym, George Sand, and all of Paris assumed this impressive new writer was male. Dudevant had sometimes worn men's clothing before creating George Sand. She had always found men's shirts and riding breeches more comfortable. Now, as a public figure, she exaggerated the image. She added long men's coats, gray hats, heavy boots, and dandyish cravats to her wardrobe. She smoked cigars and in conversation expressed herself like a man, unafraid to dominate the conversation or to use a saucy word. This strange male-female writer fascinated the public, and unlike other women writers, Sand found herself accepted into the clique of male artists. She drank and smoked with them, even carried on affairs with the most famous artists of Europe, Musset, Liszt, Chopin. It was she who did the wooing, and also the abandonment. She moved on at her discretion. Those who knew Sand well understood that her male persona protected her from the public's prying eyes. Out in the world, she enjoyed playing the part to the extreme. In private, she remained herself. She also realized that the character of George Sand could grow stale or predictable, and to avoid this, she would, every now and then, dramatically alter the character she had created. Instead of conducting affairs with famous men, she would begin meddling in politics, leading demonstrations, inspiring student rebellions. No one would dictate to her the limits of the character she had created. Long after she died, and after After most
Haunted
people
FM.
had stopped reading her novels, the larger-than-life theatricality of that character has continued to fascinate and inspire. Interpretation.
Haunted FM.
The world wants to assign you a role in life.
Haunted FM.
And once you accept that role, you are doomed. Your
Haunted
power is limited to the tiny amount allotted to the role you have
Haunted FM.
selected or have been forced to assume. An
Haunted
actor,
FM.
on the other hand, plays many roles. Enjoy that
Haunted
protean power, and if it is beyond you, at least
Haunted FM.
forge a new identity, one of your own making, one that
Haunted
has
FM.
had no boundaries assigned to it by an envious and resentful world. This act of defiance is
Haunted FM.